Okay, I think we're live here. Just gotta get my monitor situated. Alright, let's get started. So, we'll start with a solid fill. Debating whether I want to do characters tonight. I've been thinking about that, but I haven't done characters in some time. So that might be a little rough, but it's kind of what I'm feeling. So let's get a neutral gray, and we'll go with a little lighter color. Let me see what brush we've got selected. I'm gonna tilt this one. Go a little larger. Okay, that'll work. So that's our bright color, that's our darker color. Okay, and let's just get started. So I'm thinking something dynamic here, you know, with this kind of orientation. Actually, I had this idea the other day. Well, it's more like a I call them mental images. I guess you could call it a hallucination. But I know I brought this up before, where when I am very tired, particularly like when I'm putting my kids to bed, if I'm just exhausted, then I'll just start kind of getting these like images in my head, you know, as I'm like sitting there, laying there, whatever, you know, end of the day. And anyway, I've been trying to capture some of those images lately, and it's tricky, really, because the image is elusive. You know, it's in your head, you think, and then when you go to ask some questions about, you know, what is that thing really, and not just, you know, the imaginative I guess kind of acceptance of what the acceptance of the theme. That's something like, you know, you have a dream and you just accept that it's epic or awesome or whatever, and then you remember it, and there's really nothing very epic or awesome about it, but you had that sense that it was this great thing, you know. So then you have to tease that out. If that's you know, something you want to paint, then you got to figure out, well, how do you portray it as epic, awesome, interesting, you know, whatever the theme is. Not that it has to be epic and awesome, you know, for a drawing, but if the theme is you know, dark and moody or scary or whatever, then in that dream, it might not actually be scary when you think about it, but in your mind you just accepted that it was. So anyway, that being said, when I get these like little mental images, I think about what they are. There is a little bit of translation in trying to communicate that idea effectively into a painting or a drawing. And so anyway, I had this kind of image in my head from, this is probably a month ago actually, of these soldiers next to a train. You know, so the train's kind of like this in the background, and they're all standing around. And the sense that I had in this scene was that they were POWs, being about to be transported, and getting that across, I think, would be a challenge for a painting. But there's something about that, theme that I thought, I think I would like to see if I can get that. That emotion across, that feeling. I think that's very. There's a whole mixed bag of kind of emotional and kind of gestural type moments in that thought. That would be, I think, challenging, difficult to get across. And so, whether they're, proud, too proud to be, treated a certain way, or if they're, forlorn, defeated, all these kind of different, kind of emotions that you could draw out of it. But even then, just the sketch itself, when I was playing with this, just doing like little doodles in my sketchbook, I found it kind of difficult just to get the right angle that felt right. And so, even though I kind of saw this a certain way in my head, I think there are probably better ways to approach it. All right, I'm going to look at the chat real quick here. We got Christina. Hey, Christina. And we have Adonis. Hey, Adonis. Thanks for popping in tonight. I'm not sure if I'll stick on this theme or not. I just thought it would be an interesting thing to start with. And we can play with some other ideas. And of course, I should probably pull some reference. I don't really have any reference for this right now. So we'll take this, and I'll set this aside and I'll do some other ones. All right, so I'll duplicate that so we have the original, and then we'll just take this. And maybe we should do some more thumbnails. All right, so another thought is that maybe we do this image looking down, just to give it a more bird's eye kind of angle, and I think that'll tell the story a little bit differently, whereas this, you're looking up at them, they kind of have that hero pose a little bit, whereas if we do this bird's eye, then we're dealing more with gesture, how they carry themselves, but you're kind of seeing the whole image and not the or the whole scene rather, not just one or two characters. Those are a little large, so I'll just downsize here. Let's see. I should probably get out that other stylus that has the twist to it. get these angles, get them right the first time rather than cutting them in two different ways. But guess we'll just deal with it. Alright, so with this, really all I'm doing is kind of just spotting in the shadows. And I don't want to get too heavy, I don't want to like draw this character with like a strong cast shadow. And we could do that. But in this case, I just want to get like this little indication of a shadow underneath this part. This would be like the wheels of the train here, and so we're just kind of putting these spots in here to indicate those shapes. And I think we can get a little more mileage that way. It also kind of leaves it open to interpretation rather than having to have everything perfectly, all the angles worked out and everything for perfect shadows or whatever. Maybe cast something across the scene here as if they're there's something off the frame that is casting a shadow here. Okay, let me zoom in on that so it's not completely a mystery what I'm working on. I know in the video that must be a tiny. Adama says you got to get CSP once the new update comes out tomorrow. Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I need to pick that up. I need to check that out. A lot of people have been talking about it, and I'm definitely open to trying new programs. That does work on the iPad, right? That would be nice to get back into using the iPad. I do enjoy that surface, just the iPad feels much more natural to me than other like direct to screen kind of drawing devices. I do feel a little bad that I just haven't really been using it for art lately. I was using Procreate pretty regularly to do plein air landscapes, but I haven't done that in a little while. We'll do some kind of forms coming off the screen here, off the canvas. Man, those are rough. Okay, we'll move on to another shot. I'm thinking maybe similar to this one, but not really a hero pose. We're not really looking up at them. We're kind of eye level with them. Get the train really close here, this or right next to it. Again, kind of indicating the shadow points on these wheels. little bit taller with these. Make that angle a little more extreme. And these guys are pretty tall, so I might bring them down just a little bit shorter. Got my horizon line right about here, right? And a little trick you can do with putting characters in perspective is just choose one point that crosses the horizon line, and then just make sure that they all reference that. So if so, let's say here's our character here, right? Well, let's see. Let's get this sorted out with the train first. So we got our train. The door would be about yay tall. So then our person's going to be about that tall, right there. So their head just about touches the top of the horizon. Okay. So then all of our characters, you just put the head, you have it cross the same point, and then drop the body down, and it should line up. So if we did like the hips across the horizon, then every character standing on that plane, assuming that they're about roughly the same height, that's how you would place them. So then, let's say we do another character, one that's really close right here. Same idea. You just start right on that horizon line. And I feel rough with characters. It's not something that I've been doing much of. But hey, this is why we're here, right? Felt like doing it, regardless of whether I need to. And that's kind of the point. Let's see, this arm comes back here. That's pretty janky, but the idea being he's got his hands behind his back. Let's see if we can clean that up a little bit. All right, I say this at the end of every one of these, but this time I say it at the beginning. And if you're checking this out, if you're an artist that wants to grow, then I would encourage you right now to pull out a project and start painting your own work. This isn't necessarily intended as a tutorial. But I will talk about what I'm doing and why I'm making the decisions I'm making. And I think with any kind of artistic growth, if you do it, if you apply it right away, you're far better off than if you kind of accumulate a bunch of information. Kind of like what I'm doing with Blender right now. You know, I'll watch tutorials, but I won't even have Blender open. And when I've done tutorials with Blender open and actually practiced it, then you know, I actually turned out with something and kind of retained some of that knowledge. Whereas all the tutorials that I've watched that I haven't actively attempted to learn something or actively attempted to put it into practice right away, then it's gone, you know, in one ear and out the other kind of thing. Which is unfortunate because that's something that I actually want to learn, right? So, for me personally, getting in there and just trying something right away, whether I feel like it or not, it always kind of pays off, you know. You always kind of feel like, well, you made something rather than nothing, right? So, all right. I might do a little bit of light pass on this, but I don't want to get too far into it. Again, these are supposed to be thumbs. Let's see. I'll do edge of the train here. Of course, you can't do a train in perspective without the train tracks, right? And that's what makes it a train image. Whoops. And I'm just playing at this point with the light and dark to see what might be interesting. Do just a little bit of fade here. I'll pull out the smudge brush for this so we get a smoother transition. And this does have this this kind of sense that it's like this hot midday thing, which I think works a little bit with the theme. But we could play with something more. Though honestly, I'm getting a little tired of this idea at this point. I don't feel like it's really gelling super well, but I'm going to do a few more just because I do have this sense, just from experience, that art tends to be frustrating, and if you can push through the frustration, sometimes you can't, but if you can, then there's something rewarding on the other side. That is that, like, when you're frustrated, it's because it's not working naturally. It's not coming easily. But I usually find that on the other side of frustration is the solution, right? If you keep pushing through. So we'll see if something presents itself as interesting. And this has got me thinking I'd like to get back into doing figure drawing again. Just the the gesture, proportions, getting the landmarks lined up. It's something you gotta keep in constant. Gotta keep those skills sharp, right, by practicing. And I've definitely fallen out of practice with this. This guy looks a little bit short. So I want to have these these rolled up pants here, but I should probably take some measurements, or at least roughly speaking. So I've got them kind of hunched over. He's got these suspenders going on right here. And then, so the waist is right about here, so buttocks and knees about here. When I do characters, I usually do a relative kind of proportion. So I look for landmarks that I can reference. So, for example, the elbows, I want the elbows to swing in and hit the insides of the rib cage, and then the arms, when they are rest, so if the elbows are down here and the hands come down, then the hand should be kind of on the side, like at the hamstrings. Not quite down, maybe 3-4 inches above the kneecap, which would be right there. So you have to do a little bit of imagining, where would this end up if you swung it down there. I don't really do the head measurement thing. I mean, I used to do that a bit in practice, or rather when practicing. But when just creating characters, I'll kind of look at it as a measurement, how many heads to the height of the body. But I don't see that as particularly necessary every time I come into a painting or or drawing. And let's see, do we want to turn these into some kind of boot? That's way too big. And again, with kind of referencing shadows, you can just you can put a shadow like say the base of an item like that, right? And then throw a little shadow underneath it. And that's going to give you information about the rest of that form. So if we come in and cut that out like so, kind of tells you how much of that you're seeing, you know, how much of this form extends beyond what's visible because it's casting the shadow here. And these are right about there, so I might lower these pants down a little bit. And again, referencing, you know, where this foot lands, where this foot lands, and then how we need to adjust, you know, the knees, hips, shoulders. I haven't really figured out with this theme yet whether, you know, which kind of military uniforms I'm thinking of depicting. You know, if I were to decide to finish this off, then I would need to, you know, pull some reference and decide on that. Got a stock, so there's socks showing there. And we'll kind of lighten that up so it's not so heavy. It's adding a lot of contrast for no reason, really. Just because I guess I did it on a whim. Those legs are a little long. Like these right here. Really need to be like that, maybe. And then I think getting these finding the hard points in here, right? So the knees would be your hard point, right? And then it's going to drop off of this, off the hips. So using those as references for where the folds fall. And again, you know, it's been a while. I'm no master at this thing, but the underlying form beneath the clothing is very important to communicating the form. And then I think I'm just going to cast a little shadow in here to separate those. And cast a shadow here off the arm. And another little cast shadow in here. Cast shadows off of the suspenders, and then these kind of like fade off. Alright, spent way too much time on that guy. Let's see. You know, I might have shortened those legs too much. Alright, I think I'm satisfied with having explored that idea a little bit. This is one I think I would come back to with reference, you know, to nail down a little more. Another theme that I found enjoyable to come back to is these kind of sci-fi landscapes, so I might play with that a bit here. There was another kind of mental image thing that I thought would be fun to do. I might not get to it tonight, but kind of have this idea of this sci-fi structure on the side of a mountain, with these clouds around it, and I have a pretty interesting picture in my head of what that could be. And of course, as I said, having it in your head and getting it down onto a canvas are two different things entirely, but if we get to that, that might be a fun team to play with. So we'll see if we continue with this, but I'm thinking, you know, when you do these sci-fi like architecture, you know, rooted in some kind of, once you start to ground it into some kind of culture, you know, a place and a design style, and you start getting the terrain and stuff figured out, then it's fun to me, I think, to think about some things as, you know, very old, like living in a aged universe where, you know, it's not like sci-fi perfect perfect technology, but that like this technology has developed over time and has, you know, kind of very rudimentary elements to it as well. I think that's a fun theme to play off of. I don't know, I'm thinking about having, I want to have something up here. And this is actually say one of the weaknesses in my work, or particularly architectural. So I'm trying to figure out how the building terminates at the peak. You know, I could put a roof up there, I could put a dome up there. I think so far what I'm seeing with this styling is that it has a little bit of a stone feel. And so I don't know that, unless the roof was like a light, like a tile or something. Could maybe make that work. Back here we'll do some like trees or something. I have this in my head as a bright structure, so I'm going to start darkening these things around it. Maybe we have it come forward over here, give it a little bit of space. So right now we're just getting this like front-on view, like of the facade. So if we extend it, like we give it like this addition, like it comes out here and then got this, right now I have this as kind of a tower type shape here. Flatten that out just a little bit. Let's see how we want to do this. Yeah, I suppose if I can't figure out the top of this building, I could just, have it go off the scene. I'm joking about that. I mean, in a way, I might actually do that, but that's not a solution to your design problems. All right, I got. I'm looking at the chat here. We have Manuel. Manny says, "I was promised a Blender tutorial." Let's set that in our sights for 2030. Once Blender's irrelevant, I will probably have figured it out, and then I will give you all the tutorials. Though, speaking of Blender tutorials, I did enjoy this tutorial from Jamajerbev. I know I've shown that one to you, Manuel, but anyone else listening in, that was a good one on grease pencil in Blender, and then also he talked a little bit about using Eevee rendering system, which is like a real-time renderer, and so you can get some pretty cool block-ins for 3D with that. I mean, block-ins from 3D for your concept work. I've used it a couple times in that way. I can't say that I've used it enough to like stick with it and like use that method all the time. But I did enjoy it when I used it. So, let's do. And these we will reference. So I'm coming up the stairs here, we have the stairs come up and then around this way. I'll make this brush a little bit smaller. Start bringing in some reflections down here. So actually, speaking of tutorials and kind of other stuff that's out there, I would be curious what you all are listening to and utilizing as resources. Lately, I've been watching James Gurney, the Draftsman podcast, which is more conversational about art. It's not really like a tutorial. Let's see what else. A couple Blender guys. I don't recall their names exactly. I have to pull those up. I'm gonna have kind of like my go-to favorites for painting. Though I would say most of the ones that I used to watch a lot, I haven't kept up with too well, and I actually feel like it's partly like this feeling of time to not necessarily move on, but kind of apply the work a little more myself. So like I usually say, listening to the tutorial is one thing, but then actually putting it into practice is another. Looking at the chat here, Zoe says, having the stream on and animating is the chillest of vibes. Well, good. What are you animating? You wouldn't happen to know how to animate tank treads, would you? I've been thinking a lot about animating tank treads lately. It's important. I want to make sure that this has a certain amount of depth. I'm also doing a little bit of relative measurement here, looking at this, bringing it over to here. Seeing if we line up. This is what happens when you don't actually plot out any perspective. and you just start going for it on architectural stuff, and you get a lot of faking to do. Honestly, it's something worth mentioning, that with perspective, for a lot of work that I've done, this is a very dangerous thing to say, to anyone who's starting out. But I don't plot in lines very much. If it's very important for the work, then that's what has to happen. But with a lot of what I do, I'm kind of pulling something abstract out, so going in and planning and getting all the perspective worked out perfectly doesn't typically work with my workflow, because I'm happy to change things pretty quickly. I don't feel like I need to be locked into something, though it is something that I need to practice more. And I know that because because I don't do it very much. And if I had my perspective blocked in, then I think I could approach things with a different kind of comfort towards changing. Because then you've got this, you've got the grid that you can build off of. There is a correct way for things to exist in that space. Whereas I always tend to just kind of fudge it, just kind of like look relatively. Does this seem to line up, with what's next to it, or with what's way back in the scene? If they have what do you call that? Associated shapes. If the shapes are similar, do they line up? So let's see here. I'm going to do a new layer, go underneath this, start painting in some of this brighter white. That's almost kind of pink, isn't it? Okay, checking back on the chat here. So it says, there was this really old DVD set by Ryan Church that I used to obsess over when I was a kid. He used to use Corel Painter. I used to watch Ryan Church a bit as well. I really liked his work. Him and Feng Zhu and Goro. Trying to think of the other guy's name. Was it Stephen Stalig, I think was his name. There are a few artists back in the day that I just loved what they were doing. And they also, you have the benefit of them putting their work out there and talking about it. So, yeah, there was a lot to learn from those guys. See, just okay. Getting your show reel in order. That's cool. Yeah, getting everything compiled in one place. It's a good thing. It's a good thing for yourself too, just to kind of see the culmination of all your efforts. Sometimes we need that either confidence booster to say like, well, yeah, I have done stuff. I did make that, or the kick in the pants, like, well, I thought I was working a lot, but maybe I need to do more. So I do think that compiling things is a great exercise. Let's see here. Let me do these. Let's see this. I think I like that, and then This line needs to be adjusted to match. I'm debating what I want to do there. Again, with the poor plotting, like, you know, at this point I haven't plotted in perspective, though it's pretty well established, like it's there. It has to be, and by it's there I don't mean that, oh, it's all up in my head. I mean, now that I've put marks on the canvas, they reference each other, and you know, I could put a mark on here that would look very, very wrong. So even though it's not perfect and it, you know, it could get dialed in more, there's enough information to kind of show that our horizon line is roughly like right here. We've got these two characters sitting down. Actually, horizon might be a little bit lower. And then this is elevated up above the ground. Since this is like water right here, and that's going to be our ground plane, right? That's where the water is going to settle. And I'm thinking of this as like a this waterway. You know, these come down to these like these stairs come down to a little dock area or something. And so I still have to kind of work those ideas in. And I got these two characters like in a boat in the foreground. That's the idea there. They're on a boat. Right, so let's get that. Again, trying to keep it loose. Don't want to be too locked in at this point. You know, I want to show, start to show some definition. You know, like have oars, you know, down in the water or whatever. But again, I want to be open to really being able to change any of this if I so desire. Maybe that's a little too... I like this idea of this kind of like interesting, kind of ornate boat, you know, that has maybe some different kind of interesting painting on here and this unnecessary flourish, you know, on the front. But I also want to be careful that I'm not being too like on the nose. You know, like this is a silhouette of a boat. You know, so we shall see. All right, let me zoom out, get an idea of what I'm looking at here, what I might want to change. I'm gonna grab all this and duplicate it. Alright, so now this, I'm going to scale down, oops, scale that down, and just look at it from a distance, and see if I want to extend or tighten up the canvas. I'm going to go over to the chat real quick. Let's see. Well, interesting that you don't use guides of any kind. Would you say that's more of a thing of experience of having built that visual library, or just by feeling it out as you go along? I know you talked a bit about this earlier, but it's pretty fascinating. That is a great question. I would say all of the above, plus maybe laziness, and maybe a feeling of not wanting to get locked in. Plotting lines out. I used to do. I can show you real quick. So I used to do perspective exercises. Like actually plotting things out. And then I started doing some kind of shorthand, where you do your vertical lines, horizontal. Let me get that a little straighter there. And there's this little exercise where you go, from these corners, and you just work out these different angles, and then you bring in your vertical lines here. And then once you've done that, then you can kind of see it. You can see, okay, that goes here, there. And this is just like a quick and dirty mental exercise to get you working in perspective, or at least thinking in perspective, without being too perfectly logical about it. It's not. These aren't super well thought out, right? But then now I've got these points that I can start working with, and this is not. This is an exercise. This is not to start an image or something. This is I just want to get my brain thinking about things in perspective, without really putting in a ton of labor, right? And if you wanted to, once you've got a few lines blocked in, you're pretty well set to you don't actually have to go all the way to your vanishing point. You can let's see, let's do this one in front. Yeah, you don't have to go all the way to your vanishing point. You can just start throwing your shapes on there. So anyway, the point of that being, you just start getting your brain in that perspective mode with kind of a low bar to entry. And again, you just do a quick frame out, horizon line, start throwing some lines out, bring in some verticals, and then just start making boxes out of that, So I started doing those kind of exercises because they were just quick and dirty, easy, and it starts to help getting things just natural, that you're looking at these. You're looking at little cues, right? So a couple things would be diminution or associated shapes. So if you have here's your little stick dude, and then what's that? Life, Monopoly, Life, the game of Life kind of character. So diminution is you get the exact same form, right? But it's smaller. By form, I mean shape, same shape. And then, of course, you could do them like this, right? This triangle, for example, you do it at slightly different angles, right? But they're all associated so that they read as, well, that's a whole bunch of the same shape, going around the canvas here. So that's like one like quick and dirty trick. Then another one is, obvious is just whenever you draw something out, just make sure those lines are receding, right? So you look at that and you go, okay, that's not. These are receding to a point, and these are receding to a point on a different horizon. So you're just kind of checking those angles, making sure that they are, have that pinch as they go back, right? Go wider when they get closer. Very basic stuff. But if you just get in the practice of checking the very simple things, then that's enough usually to get by. And then some other things that I do, and again, this is just laziness, but some other things you can do is like blocking your shapes as values. So like what I'm doing here, I'm showing like there's something kind of in the background there. Because it's a different value than what's up here, it implies that it's farther back. Or rather, it's on a different plane in the image. I don't know. Maybe the long story short is I'm lazy and I don't feel like I don't feel like plotting my lines out. Exposed. There are times where it's necessary. All right, so one thing I'm thinking with these is I want a cap to these buildings, but I don't want it to look like a European cathedral. I'm actually kind of thinking kind of like a very, if you had a very large developed like Inca or Mayan city, but like supposing those empires had thrived to the current day, and they grew taller and put arches in and stuff. So I'm thinking like the tops would be maybe almost more like a stupa, which is like Indo, Southeast Asia, so obviously that's different. But just in terms of the technology, it's like these stone structures that were piled up in kind of like a beehive kind of look on top. So as crazy as that sounds, it's like you get this European cathedral thing. I want to do like the kind of Mayan theme, and then also this the stupas, so they are all over the place, but I'd like to see if I can mix those in an interesting way. Good luck, they say. You're crazy, they said. And they weren't wrong. Change that a little bit there. I could probably get some reference. That would be a good idea. These should be the same size because they're the same, they occupy the same space. So I either push this back, right, with like the value thing, right? So casting a shadow there to show this is an odd shape, right? And this is farther back in space. That would be one way to do that. Or I need to make these equal size. Kind of like the idea of pushing it farther back. Though I'm going to bring this over here to get the doorway a little thicker. You know, it's funny, I shouldn't really say what I'm thinking. So for like, when I'm doing a video, I think it's a good thing to talk about the things that you don't see. Like if I'm just saying, you know, now I'm adding some darker gray in here, but you can see that that's what I'm doing. That doesn't really add a lot of context for you. And if I tell you what I'm thinking, then that, I think, is more helpful, but it's risky because then when I have to course correct or when I've made an epic failure of the design idea, then I have to admit my weakness. So I think in order to get the Mayan structures, there's, I think, like the tall stair steps, like a chunky, chunkier kind of stone slabs will be important. They also do a lot of detail, really interesting, like kind of interlocking details, which is, that's not true of all stone architecture, but it seems to show up a lot, right? Just across cultures, like it must be incredibly satisfying to carve into stone and make these little reliefs and stuff, because we seem to all like to do that throughout history. Of course, the European structures, you're going to have the simple arch, the columns, the facade, right, where it's like you've got a front of the building, and then everything else is kind of like just utilitarian, around the back and the sides. But the front is usually very ornate. I kind of was thinking that this would be like a city, and you're like looking at like these apartment buildings on the side here, and then you've got this maybe like a government or religious site here. And then, of course, if you have a stone structure, you're going to want some cutouts up above to let light in. People like to be able to see inside their structures, turns out. Now, I had this round one here. I might change that to make it more linear. Just to simplify what we're doing in terms of this style mashup. Do. What is this guy even talking about? Nobody knows. All right, let's see if we can get more of that chunkiness in there. Why did I put a window there? Can't talk any sense into this guy. Putting windows in the middle of nowhere. I think I've lost my mind. This is like Venice meets India. And I don't think I've really worked in the Mayan thing yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. No promises, but I'm going to try. Alright, so I was talking about light earlier. Do we want to get some, maybe if these are like openings here, get a little light in there. And on the floor. Maybe we do some cutouts up here. I said I was going to make some chunkiness. I haven't done it yet. Gotta hold me to it. Actually, this is about right on the horizon line, so that's got to be slightly up, tilted up. These I was thinking would be these background structures here. This will add a little kind of alley on the side here. I don't think I like that very much. Kind of like it being in shadow, or like at least stained or something. I like it being darker up there, but I like this one being lighter. So like graphically, I like what's going on there, but I need to sort it out thematically. So like it has to make sense. Why would this be darker and this be lighter? Or at least it has to be, let's get past that suspension of disbelief, right? Have to be able to accept it. All right, looking at the chat. We had an exercise in photo bashing a while back and making different architectural influences all meshed together was so hard. Like, even just the tertiary elements being a bit too much or too little would change the whole dynamic, getting a cohesive design language is like I swear. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I think that's why like different cultures have landed on these styles that are hallmarks of the architectural aesthetic of those cultures. It's because they got them to work. You got it to look cool, and be pleasing and functional. And hey, if you get it to work, stick with it. You know, so I think it makes sense. So then to like change those, it's difficult. Now this, I don't think I need to really do the reflections of the shadows. I have to think about this. It's been a little while since I've really like played with this and observed it, but I'm pretty sure when you're doing reflections in water, you have whatever the like reflection of the sky is. Basically, what I'm saying is you're reflecting light, not necessarily the shadows. So you'd have whatever your watercolor is, and then you would reflect the light in the scene. Of course, I'm doing these guys as reflected dark. So, who knows? Does this guy even know what he's talking about? I get fired from my own live stream. All right. Let's see. So I've got all this kind of going back here. I'll add in element there. I think I need to get these kind of lined up here so that they look similar to each other. This I think I'm going to carry through a little further. Move this away. Maybe knock out that building in the background there. Do another stupa right there. And then have this like cascade down. So this would be one benefit, you know, for those considering art school or working from home, or rather not working from home, but learning from home. Well, there's two things I would say about that, and the reason I bring this up is that, like, you know, talking about these art styles, these architectural styles, it's very unlikely that you're just going to stumble across these on your own and be able to pull out the relevant history from it. So that was something for me, you know, doing just some little art history stuff. There are some more specific courses on art history of different regions. That's particularly helpful, you know, to take a deeper dive so that it's not just like, I mean, with everything you kind of have to do it. Here's the big picture, because how do you go through thousands of years of architectural development in like a couple weeks? But if you can narrow that topic from like architecture worldwide, or you know, Western art history, you know, where it's like you're doing architecture and sculpture and painting and everything, you know, and you're starting from the earliest stuff that we found and trying to get to, well, you got to land somewhere, right? I think if you're doing art history, you don't typically end at the modern day, but I don't know. It's been so long. I don't remember really where that ends. But being able to narrow it down and find someone who has studied and understands a culture, has been there, seen the structures, knows some history on how they were developed, and all these little nuances. You know, for example, what you see today might not be what that was when it was created. You know, in fact, there's a very good chance that it's not, right? There's some kind of restoration or damage or something. There are all kinds of things like that, that it's good to have some direction on that. And you could probably take those classes online or something. But I'm just saying there are things that you probably will not stumble upon on accident. Like, someone would have to think that it's important to tell you these things. And I will admit that if you don't care, you don't care. Like, nothing's going to make you like, oh, this is the most awesome thing in the world, you know. But for me, it doesn't take much to get into this stuff. You know, like if someone's teaching a class on it and they're a half-decent teacher where they don't destroy something. I mean, if this thing is inherently beautiful and interesting and has such depth that the only way it could not be interesting is if either you don't care or the teacher does a terrible job, you know. And from my experience, I've never had an art history class that I thought was done terribly. Anyway, I'm not trying to sell everybody on school. I'm just saying there are pros and cons. There are things you need to think about. Like, okay, if I want to know something about a culture, its architecture, the styling, all that kind of stuff, where it came from, there is a way to learn. So the other thing about that I was going to mention is that regardless, I think, in my opinion, you should consider yourself self-taught, whether you go to school or not. And I don't mean that in like a prideful, facetious way, like, you know, you shouldn't consider the contributions of your instructors as valuable. I'm not saying that. Like, certainly they're valuable. What I'm saying is, it's, you know, for you to develop as an artist, whether someone's telling you things that are useful or not, you know, it's your responsibility to utilize these things, fall in love with some of these things, decide what's useful, what's not. And as far as what's not, I would say try to keep an open mind. Most things are useful to some extent. Even, and I'll say this, even the classes that I hated, and this wouldn't necessarily be art school, it was just kind of school in general, at the least you can consider this is like a, let's just say this is like a bad client, you know, a difficult client to work with. Just imagine that's what it is. That's what your class is. So you're going to do everything in your power to make that client happy, even when you don't feel like the work is a joy to do, right? And that's a beneficial thing to practice. Okay, so I don't want to get like too off in the weeds on like Eric's advice for school, but the point being that if you're if you're considering whether or not that's something you should do, that's something to take into consideration. That there are things that are difficult, very unlikely for you to just pick up on your own. And in my own experience, I never really wanted to go to school at the beginning, and I just thought, well, this is just something you do, you know, figure it out, paint, and if you paint cool stuff, then you're a good artist, right? And it was highly technical at first, you know, like that's what I cared about, was doing the technical work. You know, light and color and all that kind of stuff. So I started out thinking that I wanted to do it without school, right? But there were plenty of things that I think were enriching when I did go to school, and art history being one of them. Just kind of having a deeper understanding and appreciation of things. And what I was getting at out of that was that having done a lot on my own without without like going to art school right out of high school, I didn't know like anybody or anything. You know what I mean? Like I could what I mean by that is, like, if I looked at work and I could recognize that work, I still couldn't tell you anything about it. Like who made it, what time period, you know. I just knew whether or not I liked it. Which is fair, I think, to begin, right? Like that's kind of an important thing with art, right? Can you enjoy it without pretense, without having some kind of like primer for like, you're supposed to enjoy this because, it's like, does it stand on its own? That's very important. But then once you do fall in love with something, like, get to know it a little bit, so anyway, in that rant on school, what is this guy talking about? School, falling in love with things, art history. What is your deal, man? Alright, so I think, let's see, in here, I want this. I want there to be like a waterway, like a passage through here, right there. But I also wanted to have a little bit of light in there, so I'm gonna do some cutouts here on this building. Yeah, I don't like that thing. We'll cut that back in. Let's see, do I want that overhang? Get rid of that window. Or do I want to bring it straight up like that? Cut that down and over. All right, looking at the chat here. Yeah, definitely agree. Critical thinking, analysis, and a genuine interest for learning go a long way. I'll admit, I always stuck to going with cyberpunk, futuristic themes because I just associated that with something easy, generic, but it works. Going beyond that taught me that there's literally no point to restricting yourself to one safe style. Yeah, I think you're right. A couple things I'd pull out of that. One is that safety in the comfort zone is like, to me, it just kind of feels like a death sentence. You know, like when I feel like I'm in a comfort zone all the time, to me that's like something's wrong. Like I need to grow. You know, and then as far as like a style, playing with different styles. I'm not totally sure how I feel about this because my thought on it is a little bit biased. Well, it's certainly biased because it's me speaking. But when I started, I wanted to learn as many different styles as possible so that I would be broadly marketable, which is like the opposite advice that you would get today. Generally speaking, and unless I'm old and out of touch, which is quite possible. But from a lot of what I've heard, advice given to young artists today is to specialize in something, like pick one thing and like just be the best at that thing, which I think is bad advice. I think for some people, you will find that thing that you love, and that'll be your thing, and that's fine. But like, I think to tell someone that so early on, it could be detrimental. Just because, like, you don't have to decide who you're going to be for the rest of your life, how you're going to work for the rest of your life. You don't have to decide that really ever. And certainly not so early on when you haven't even gotten to get a taste of things yet. So there's that part. I do think that chasing a bunch of different styles, for me, means that, it's a much longer road. And it's also, I have to give the caveat that that's what I thought and went after, and that doesn't mean that it's right. It's just, that's what interested me, and if it interests you, then you're going to be much more likely to put in the work to pursue it. So at first my thought was, I will be able to understand a bunch of different styles, and then I'll be broadly marketable, which to an extent was actually true. That it did help me get freelance work. If you can show that you can work in a style and adapt your style, that it's not just like, what you see is what you get. This is how I'm always going to work. That is also fine, but that just means that you have to make work that people want. That's pretty self-evident. So if you could work in a broad range of styles, then that means, okay, there's being a faithful practitioner of a style. That's something that I've given some thought to. Like that's something that Seems to me like that's what we're pushing a lot of people, a lot of young artists to do. And I would kind of push against that. And this is what I'm thinking. So I'm saying specializing. The reason I don't like specializing so much is that if you tell everyone that you should work to be the very best at, characters in this certain style. Well, that means, you're only marketable when people want that exact thing. It also means that you better be really good at that, because if somebody else picks that as their specialty, only one of you is going to be the best at it, right? But if you have a broad understanding and a broad skill set, or I would say more a skill set that is adaptable, to me that's much more valuable. Now I understand the argument that a company wants to know, I'm going to hire this person and they're going to be able to do the style that we work in. That's what we want. But not every company works that way. Not every company hires that way. It's different, company to company. Whether they want someone who's just going to hit the ground running and do that thing that they do, do your little art tricks, because that's what we hired you for, versus we think that this person is a problem solver and that not all solutions are the same, right? And so it's more about your ability and the way you think, and approach work and solving design problems, than it is about your unique ability to do to fulfill one job. To be a faithful practitioner of a style would mean that the right way to do an anime character, or the right way to do I don't know, the kind of current trendy sci-fi art. And there's a lot of that stuff that I like and am drawn to, but I still maintain that being a design problem solver is, to me, the most valuable thing. And that's not a style, and that's not one particular artistic skill set, other than being able to analyze and then act on that. And so anyway, that's circling back around to style. That was kind of where I came to look at an individual style and break down the decisions that those artists made, and try to figure out, okay, what makes anime, anime. What gives it that unique look? What are the answers to design problems that have already been chosen, right? So why did they choose that particular way of solving that problem? I was never really into anime, so that's a terrible example for me to bring up. But Ryan Church, for example, he was mentioned earlier in the chat. He is one where you can look at his style and his approach to things, and you can break it down into his decisions on how he creates an image, how he communicates form, and to me, I think it's valuable to look at that, analyze it, maybe work on putting some of those things into your tool belt, and then deciding when to take that tool out and when to leave it in there, right? As opposed to this is just my automatic, this is the way I do things all the time. And to be fair, or not necessarily fair, but just to be frank, it's not easy, right? You will fall into your automatic, just this is what I do, and without really thinking about it. And I'm trying to be conscious of that in my own work. I'm trying to be conscious of, when am I doing something because I've just gotten into the habit of doing that. It's what worked for me before, as opposed to like I'm really making a decision about what is the correct approach, what is the correct solution. I keep saying solutions, design problem, but like that really is the way that I look at it. Going back to the chat. Thanks, Nanny. Zoe says, for sure it's better to focus on one path, but throwing in different things like art history, graphic design, 3D all come together to build a highly adaptable skill set, like you mentioned. Yeah, I think you only have so much time in the day and in your life, right? Like, there are so many different avenues of art that, like, it's just hard. It's hard to do them all and to pick one and be like, that's the one that I care the most about. And that was actually kind of a problem when I went back to school. So I'll spare you the long story, but basically I'd taken school in like different bite-sized chunks. So I started my art career without any schooling, and then did a little bit of schooling online while I was both contracting and working like a normal day job. Then did full-time school at a different part in life at a community college, and then contracted as an artist for I think like over 10 years, and then did another few years of school, and that was just a couple of years ago actually, and that was just partly because the opportunity presented itself. I live near a college, and my wife was working there at the time, and so anyway, so I did all my schooling in like these little chunks, and of course did a ton of online learning and was in different art communities and stuff, and that's partly why I say, whether you're going to school or not, consider yourself self-taught. Like, it's your responsibility to develop yourself and develop your craft, and to if there's any truth to having an artistic voice, then no one's going to just hand you a voice, right? It's just something you have to develop and bring out, and some people can kind of help direct you, but they can't really help direct you unless you have an intent on where you're going, right? So the responsibility ultimately comes back to each person, I think, each artist. I think I'm starting to lose whatever the point was that I was starting to make, but I was talking about going back to school. So I'd gone back to school to kind of just take a break from the routine. I was doing contract work, and at the time I was working on some children's books, and I enjoyed that. I learned a lot through that. It was a very different kind of work than concept art, and I think I've explained that at different times, but long story short, with that being, there's just a lot more continuity that you have to work through, whereas in concept art it's more like a continuity of style as opposed to a continuity of like scene to scene, character to character, facial expressions and conversations, that kind of stuff. That was more important in the children's book. Anyway, so I was doing children's books, and kind of went on pause on the concept art for games to do the children's books, and then I did 4 books, and so that was quite a chunk of time, and I just felt like I was doing I was doing the same thing again with like I had these kind of routine, like this is my, I know this will work, right? Like if I need to depict a character and a scene, then I can set it up this way, and this is tried and true and it'll work. But it wasn't like fulfilling to like my artistic sensibilities, to feel like I made something really cool and new and fresh and something I'm proud of. It's like I just did that thing again, So anyway, so I decided to like stop for a little bit, go back to school because the opportunity presented itself, recalibrate, kind of figure out, I don't know if I would say what I was doing wrong, but like how to break out of the routine and, like, for lack of a better term, reinvent myself or whatever. I don't know if that was exactly it, but like I was looking for something. I was looking for like some growth, and I thought, well, doing the same old thing over and over and over is probably not the solution. So I should take a break and figure it out. I'm gonna take a sip here. Got my bedtime chai, decaffeinated. This is like the best purchase I've made in a long time. Anyway, so I wanted to recalibrate. Then going back to school, it wasn't like I really needed a lot of technical training, but I think I needed time to like think about things differently, develop some things. But yeah, talking about like just there's not time in the day to learn everything that you could learn in terms of like what mediums do I want to work in, do I want to do more animation and that sort of thing, and I really enjoyed sculpture, just like working in clay and working in stone. There was just something so like real and visceral, like just using your hands and crafting it, and just feeling it as you brought this thing into its form. It just has a completely different sensation than digital, where you're massaging an image, or you're massaging a 3D model, and there obviously there are benefits to that, but like just that like direct connection with feeling it in your hands, like it was super cool. But like I haven't done anything with that since then, and I think I'd like to. But again, it's a matter of time, right? Like, it isn't time of the day to play with every single kind of medium that I'd like to. But that being said, I have to acknowledge like just how blessed I have been. When I get frustrated with all the things that I'd like to do, I still have to look and go, look at what I have done, and what and I don't mean like look at the work of my hands, but I mean like look at the things that I've been afforded the opportunity to do, and a big one is the 3D printing stuff, what I've been doing with the tanks. Like, I kind of forget, because I am doing that, I love doing it, I kind of forget that that's like artwork. I kind of forget that that's like, that counts as something that I did, I know that sounds crazy because it is such a huge part, and I do think of it as art. But like, I don't think of it as like, oh, I've been growing because I've been developing this craft, and this is something that I didn't know anything about just a few years ago, but now I feel really comfortable with it, and I still tell myself essentially that I am not a 3D artist, that I don't really get it. I don't use the software that everyone's using. But then I have to look and go, well, but I'm producing these things. I'm making these little models, and no, it's not, like, I know enough about 3D modeling for games that it's far more technical than what I'm doing in 3D printing. Like, they're just things you have to do to get a model to be animatable and all that kind of stuff. But I'm still developing the craft in a different direction, right? Anyway, I'm not trying to validate that. I'm just saying I forget that, and I think, like, oh man, I haven't been making a whole lot of progress with my artwork, and I think, well, but that's a part of my artwork. I just kind of think of it as something else, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I was looking at the chat. So literally being able to physically hold your art, that had to be trippy at first. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, trippy wasn't quite. So yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting point. Like, I grew up in a generation, probably one of the first generations that could experience the entire creative process digitally. I mean, I know it's like normal now that you can draw digitally. You get your iPad, Photoshop, etc. And I did a lot of drawing as a kid, but like, when I came into my early teens, that was like when modding games was like a thing. That's kind of how I got into all this. And I got a little Graphier was the name of it. It was like basically, I think the modern version is called a Bamboo. But that's what I got to work in. It wasn't Corel Painter. What was it called? It was called Paint Shop Pro. That's what it was called. So, old app. I bet they're still around. Anyway, I got that because it was it was cheap, and anyway, point being that I was fortunate to have come into it at a time where, like, you could learn everything digitally, and there was good content out there to learn, but it wasn't like the market for tutorials and stuff wasn't flooded. You still had to like search for stuff, but like at least it wasn't such a deep pool that you couldn't navigate, whether or not the content was good. Anyway, maybe that's a little bit of a rabbit trail, but But yeah, but then feeling work in my hands for the first time, uh, for painting, for like oil painting, that wasn't that weird. It wasn't that weird for me. It felt oddly natural. I didn't want to wait for paint to dry. That was a little different. But in terms of it being, you know, physical artwork, like I looked at it the same way. I looked at it as like, this is an image, and I'm figuring out how to design this image. So it wasn't that jarring. For the stonework, the sculpture, yeah, trippy might be a good way to word it. I don't know if that's exactly how I would say it, but like, it just felt really good. Like that's the only thing I can really say to that. It's like it just felt right. It just felt like, it's kind of like if you ever gardened. It's like, just something about like, I worked the soil, I planted the seeds, I watered them, gave these little things love and attention, and they made fruit, and I ate that fruit. Like, it's just wholesome and good, and that's kind of what it felt like. I mean, it's just so weird. It's so weird that we live in a time where like talking about doing art in the traditional way is like this novel experience. you know. I will say what was kind of trippy though is that like going from digital to physical when I started getting into 3D printing. So having that, like, I was really interested in this before doing the college class, but definitely during it, that was kind of why I felt like this is the time to actually pursue this a bit more. And that was really kind of trying to answer the question of where are we at technologically and in terms of our capabilities as artists, where we can take something in and out of physical and digital form. Like can I sculpt something in clay and then scan it and then have it in ZBrush and then work on it in ZBrush and then print it, and what are the benefits of that pipeline one way or another? And I don't know. I just think it's a worthy topic of discovery, or of not discovery, of inquiry, right? Like, just let's play with it. Let's see where that goes. And I can't say that I'm like, I haven't really come to any great conclusions with it, but I got into 3D printing with that, and that's what I was talking about with the tanks, and that was trippy, and like just made me like giddy to it started with this tiny little sketch of a tank, and then I made an illustration painting from it just for fun, in like I remember it was in like a Hangouts group, in the Polycount Hangouts, and it was just fun, and made this little painting, I liked it, and then decided to try and do a 3D model from it, and then had that printed. I had it printed at a couple different places, I had a friend who was working at a 3D print shop, and then there was a library in the town that I lived in at the time they had a 3D printer, and they would print stuff for you at the cost of plastic, so you could get stuff done. You could prototype stuff really cheaply, so I had them done there, and then I really liked that. Worked with the professors at the school, and they ended up getting some 3D printers and letting me just play with those for a little while. Then I got my own 3D printer. But anyway, just seeing this little tank go from a sketch in my pocket sketchbook to finally just being this cute little toy in my hand, it was like, this is amazing. And as far as talking about that pipeline from digital to physical and back, there's obviously there's a lot more that could develop with that, and plenty for me to learn. But it is really cool now to be. I just started playing with VR sculpting, and just to be able to have the digital interface, but in a act in physical space, and then be able to print those, and then have the physical model in hand. I haven't gotten quite that far. I've done the sculpting. I haven't prepped one for print yet, but it's really not that far off. I think I've worked out a lot of the bugs, and if that pipeline can be made to be pretty streamlined and quick, I think that'll be amazing. When you can just go from playing with something in clay, and then you scan it, and then you play with it in VR, and then you print it, and then you've got this little model, and you can adjust that, and it just. I think there's benefits to the different mediums, and if nothing else, it's just fun, Okay, I'm gonna catch up on the chat. You got me monologuing. I was talking more about 3D printing. I heard you say something about making a tank and printing it, but I can totally see how sculpting also felt surreal going from digital. Yeah, 3D printing stuff, the tanks. Go check those out. It's fantastictanks.com. I have 3 of the tanks listed on there. I haven't really officially announced, but there are, let's see, there's at least one ready to go that I've already printed, and we'll be releasing pretty soon. So check those out. The tanks have been a lot of fun. And I was just talking with a friend earlier today about this. How one of the big things that I've been trying to do with those is approach my artistic ideas. Well, that is when you have a project or a theme, and it's just like an inkling of an IP. It's not really like an intellectual property quite yet, but it's it's an idea that you have, and it's funny to you, or it's cute, or it's a cool story that you want to tell, and maybe you don't have it worked out yet, but you like where it's going. So like going from that to you've got a finished, presentable product that people can interact with. Like that's super important for any artist, I think, because you can go work for a studio, and again, talking about being like a faithful practitioner of a style. But that's at some point, I think we all want to do the work that we think is cool, the projects that we think are the stories we want to tell, the way that we want to tell it. And there is a selfishness in that, and part of being a professional is getting over that and being able to tell other people's stories and work on other people's ideas, and to sacrifice your opinions for the totality of the project. What would make this a good end result. But then to take that exercise and do it for yourself is something else entirely. To like really test your idea and say, is my idea is this good? Can I share this with other people and they'll understand what it is and why they want it? And I don't know, I just kind of reached a point where that's just what I wanted to do. I just wanted to take my ideas and test them and make them into something. And anyway, that's the deal with the tanks, right? Like it's something where I enjoyed it. It was fun. I did the illustrations, and people responded positively to the illustrations, and so I felt like, well, it's time to take the next step and see, really, what is the value in this idea. So anyway, not to oversell that, but to me, that's about kind of the artist journey and the development of your own intellectual property, and I've learned so much just from how do you manufacture this? How do you tell this story? How do you help people understand what it is that you're even getting at with this work? And it's been a super valuable experience for me, and I'm still totally learning tons from it, so. Let's see here. Man, I've been monologuing and don't even know what I've been making here. I think I got this kind of monolith structure here that could be I don't know. I like this idea of having a temple or something, but then I would have to really amp up this shape. Bring this. I get this I kind of see this as a little grassy hill back here behind that, and so I think I need to homogenize that, separate it from that foreground. Just start getting these values sorted out a little bit here. This is one dangerous talk here. People are going to go back to school. Like Eric Elwell said, he doesn't plot out perspective. Eric Elwell said that you guys are only good for art history and that I should be self-taught. And that he never wanted to go to school. I'm a terrible influence. Who am I kidding? As if I influenced anyone. Come on. Alright, this little structure here. What do you want to be? I want to be a real structure. Okay. Very well. Don't know that I have the power to grant that wish. I will do what I can. Eric Elwell said, I don't have to wake up in the morning or work hard or work on anyone else's projects. I can just do whatever I want. And Eric Elwell said, I don't have to specialize. I don't have to learn anything. It's not true. I didn't say that. I did say you don't have to specialize. You still have to learn stuff. Don't listen to me. Let's carry this shadow here just all the way down. And over, and then we can just have this light just peek over like that. Maybe carry it up the steps. Shadows. I remember this from like years and years and years ago, watching a Feng Zhu video. He was talking about how shadows are a wonderful way to show form. Turns out he was right. Coming back to the chat, let's see. Actually, really enjoyed hearing your thoughts. Ever considered going on a podcast like Masay Katsuri's, I don't really know how to say his name, Art Cafe? Well, considered versus been invited would be two different things. I don't know. I don't know if I would have anything to say. I think if I were invited, I don't think I would say no. You know, unless I felt like the impression of what I could offer was ill-founded. You know, like if I felt like, no, I actually don't know anything on the topic that you're talking about. But no, I think that I think the bigger thing there is like, I'm not going on a podcast I haven't been invited to. So that sounds salty. Like, they didn't invite me to the wedding. I didn't want to go. I would go if I were invited. No, I'm saying we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But we're not there. Alright, do I want to darken these up? I think that pushes that background. I don't know. I think maybe that one could get pushed farther back. And we want to, yeah, maybe we stair step these handrail type areas instead of having them be smooth. I don't know, that might require a little more calculation on the perspective, which, as we have established, is not something I like to do. They never invited me on Art Cafe. I'm gonna drink my decaf chai, cry myself to sleep. Let's see. Put a little shadow there on these plants. This curved form, that's no good. That's not fitting any of our criteria. Why did I do that? Alright, still feel like I am failing on the Mayan architecture front. Yeah, there should be like a traffic jam. Get out of the river. You're on the wrong side. Actually, that would be lit on that side and here. It's lit. That's what all the cool kids are saying. You know, sometimes I think my poor children will have to come back and watch these someday. You know, when I'm gone, and they'll be like, oh man, Dad was an idiot. Couldn't keep his mouth shut. Poor kiddos. All right. Here's a start. I think I could probably get this boat worked in a little more. You know, I think I flattened out the perspective on it quite a bit when I did the first version of it. Because I was kind of expecting that we'd be in close like this, you know, so you would just see like that, you know. And so we since have zoomed out, given it a little more of a scene. And even this, I might zoom in, might crop it, you know. Who knows? Manny, thanks. I accept. I will go to your podcast as soon as you boot it up. Gotta be careful what I promise, but if you build it, I will come. It might not be good for business, but I'll be there. Do you remember that Manny Gomez guy? He had this like awesome podcast, but then he invited that dude on. You know, the guy with the guy couldn't remember words half the time. What was his name? Eric Elwell or something? I don't know. Speaking of Eric Elway, that's not my name. But this one time, I went to Niagara Falls, you know, seeing the sights with my family, putzing around like I do, and this guy is kind of like off in the distance looking at me all sheepish, and it's kind of like, it's obvious he's trying to like get a closer look at me. Anyway, we got closer, and he was like, "Oh, I thought you were Peyton Manning." And I'm like, "Nope, sorry." And I don't know, didn't know what to take of that, you know. Is that like when, when some friends of mine were saying that, you know, you go to China as a black man, they'll ask if you're LeBron James or whatever, because that's their only, I shouldn't say that is their only, but like, that is a common reference. Right? So I'm like, did that just happen to me? Peyton Manning. Nope. I don't even watch football, so I don't know if that's like, I think he was a thing at the time. Oh, Eric making comments about LeBron James, you gonna get yourself canceled? Alright, I should probably get some reference for the boat here. Because, you know, this curvature on the front is always, I find that it's always a bit different than what I expect. You know, it's a more complex curve. Manny says I got witnesses. Yep. Speaking of which, Manny, I would like to do a joint painting stream sometime. I feel like your voice of reason would be way more interesting to listen to. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I just like trying to figure out the curvature of this. You know, I think what we're going to end up with is something more like this. But I like the idea of having these tie downs and stuff on the side. You know, little details that give it a little more you know, functional kind of look to it. And then of course we can reference those on the other side here. Maybe do some cross beams here. So actually let's start with this shadow. Put that shadow in and then cut the beam across. And this might be a good idea to like see if we're still in perspective. Yeah, we're definitely losing the perspective on that boat. So these should probably be. Let me look at the whole thing. So if we're, I don't know, they might be capsizing. Yeah, they're capsizing. I don't want to fix the perspective. No, we're gonna fix it. I think these lines, let's see. Something like that, maybe. We'll dub it the Awkward Conversations Podcast. Yeah, I like awkward. I think that would be kind of fun. Let's see. Bring these reflections back in. Oh, goodness. Oh, we never really did a sky, did we? Should we have a little bloom over here, you know, so it's like a little brighter on the left-hand side where it seems the sun is coming from. We should probably do another layer, huh? I'm doing that all in the same layer. Bring some light through. Probably put a little bit of like a rim up here, rim light. I do like things kind of coming in and out of focus, you know, so like we might play with that a little bit here. Soften up some of these edges. And then here I wanted this edge to invert just for kicks, like just to do it. So let me show you what I'm talking about. You know, zoom in right there. So what I have is this edge here between these two parts. These guys, boop. And then have those switch as you follow that edge. Just because I want to. Thought it would be kind of cool. What's wrong with this guy? He's losing his mind. Okay. So what that means is you have a point where it kind of gets lost, right? Where the two sides merge, and then it finds that edge again, right? I don't know. It's just kind of a fun painting concept to play with. I do want to straighten these out a little more. Just kind of flaring out at the bottom. All right, Manny, when do you want to do this thing? Pick the time, and I'll ask my wife if I'm free. Increase the contrast on a couple of these. I do like the idea of like water reflecting and, you know, getting some light up in here, but I don't want to be overpowering with that. Excuse me. I guess since this is more of like a foreground element here, I should probably consider how to start implying some more detail. You know, didn't our friend Anthony just do some stuff in this theme? He's probably got some insights. Who are you kidding, Eric? You don't have friends. It's a joke. You gotta stop this inner dialogue. You gotta keep that inner dialogue on the inside, okay? That line was a little too extreme. But, just a little bit. I think I want to bring all this value in to be a little more level. I'm going to keep these angles. Sorry. I had to use a little bit of brain power for a second. Just a second. Yeah. I want this like hill here, where this kind of builds up, you know, so that it's not on even ground, but it just, the angle of it doesn't seem quite right. So maybe if we do like a little retaining wall here, you know, like it's holding that form up. Maybe another one. And then we'll have to get all this background to be to cooperate. We'll just cut right through it. Like so. And then we'll paint over that again. back in. Some of these darker tree type things. Shrubs? Yeah, shrubs. What time is it? Oh my goodness. Oh my golly, it's almost midnight. Golly gee, mister. Okay, well, I guess we better do something with this, huh? And then we'll cast some shadows underneath that. Okay, what's going on with that? I don't know. So I'm tempted to add some color, increase the value range, all that sort of thing. Because right now we're value range wise, we are pretty tight. Yeah, just in the midtones. Yeah, so it's not still a lot of room if we wanted to. Okay. So let me step back and assess this for a second. See, I don't know if I want something right here, maybe a dock or something. Like, I don't know if it should be in shadow or light, but I think we need something there. Maybe we'll just go halfsies. Half shadow, half light. Let's see, I'll go here and there. Cast some shadows on it. Let's lock. Oh, I'm working in that same layer there. If you add some kind of like rail or something to they can tie things to. almost looks like a meter. I don't like that. I want it to look like it's just like a post or something. I suppose we could make it decorative. Getting the cart before the horse. I'm not actually working on that right now, just talking about it. This thing right here, so this is just like a little, block in post, but I'm thinking that it could be could have some like decoration to it, because that's what we do. Like if this were a developed city, it has some age to it and some interesting culture, then how would they dress this up? Like a fire hydrant. Naturally. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Then I think it needs like a, something. Do a little rope here. Get that shadow worked out so it's like conformed to the step a little bit. Okay. Goodness me. Do I want to, maybe move that over a little bit. I think this could obviously come down in value. A little bit more on that shadow side. I'll just smudge that over. And I don't think it needs this shadow. You know, it has a little bit of a contact shadow, but that doesn't need to be that extreme. Okay, all these guys have mohawks, it looks like. That, by the way, is my 2-year-old's favorite word right now. Mohawk. Everything is mohawk. I don't know what to do with that, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Alright, so where do I want to pump just a little bit more value? So I think instead of just going in and painting in, like, you know, black and white, I think I'll just go with a overlay and just go a little bit above middle gray and a little bit below middle gray, and then just, you know, start pushing and pulling. But before I do that, I'm going to look at the chat real quick. When you were learning about painting, did you ever overdo it? How do you tell when it's too visually crowded versus just detailed enough? And you said, I guess it somewhat comes down to composition. Sometimes you can sort of feel when there's too much space in one area, not enough in another, leaving a piece looking spotty. Yeah, I think there is a certain amount of intuition in it, but I think that you can ask yourself some good questions. You know, I had mentioned, I think his name was Steven Stalag. I don't know how to pronounce it, but anyway, someone early on that I was looking at was talking about this 1, 2, 3 read, which is pretty common, but it's basically like, do you have big shapes, do you have medium shapes, and do you have small shapes? And his work was primarily 3-dimensional, but it's the same concepts come through. So yeah, so you can ask those kind of questions first. You can say, okay, what is my big read? So like if you zoomed out, like does it read? And actually, you know, I could see there's some things that I could adjust on this. I don't know how much time I have tonight to do that, but I can look at this and go, okay, this is all kind of reading as one shape. In fact, like all of this, well, let me zoom in now because you can't really see what I'm doing. But another way, you know, if you're not zoomed out like that, you can just step back and squint, you know, but you squint and you see like, okay, this is all reading as one shape, you know. And then you start, you know, dividing it into those big shapes, then the medium, small. As far as detail density, part of that is a style choice. I generally opt for less detail and more kind of abstract texture. Like if I block in something that has a lot of abstract texture, but then I start pulling out these interesting abstract shapes and relationships between colors and values, and then I can build something out of that. I like working that way because it's just, you're just purely like, you know, kind of feeling it out visually before you make decisions about what that thing actually is, or what, you know, you might have an idea of like, I'm doing an alien or I'm doing a landscape or whatever, but the angles and like where the focal points are and all that sort of thing, like you can kind of play with that in an abstract way before you get before you jump into it. Of course, you know, you could plan all those things. A lot of people do. A lot of artists work that way, where it's much more structured. You know, they set out a course of where they're going and they plot things on the, you know, the Fibonacci sequence or whatever, you know, rule of thirds and all that kind of stuff. And I'm mindful of those things, but I like to be a little more exploratory and get things down and kind of see what I'm responding to, what I like. So anyway, I'm trying not to get too far off from your question, but doing that gives you a lot of detail in the texture and in the distribution of those abstract shapes, and then when you start coming in and like defining what those things are as structures or trees or whatever, then you kind of already have the detail, and so you can bring it, in my opinion, just far enough that like it makes sense as to what it is, and then you just kind of leave it. But obviously that's a style choice. There are like different ways to approach that. You know, the pat answer is, you know, detail in your focal point and less detail where you don't want to draw attention. And that's true of edges as well, like whether you want something to be like really tight, crisp, or whether you want it to just kind of feather away, or like dissolve, you know. And that's just a matter of like, where do you want to lead the eye? And so even with what I've done here, you know, I've started detailing these things out, and partly it's just I was doing that because I was thinking through and kind of drawing through what are the architectural design choices that I need to make in order to get the idea across. But in terms of the full composition, I think I probably would need to step back and start to make some of those decisions about, okay, do I want this to be that that extreme or that detailed or that high contrast? And you start pushing things back, pulling things forward, just based on like kind of what you want the viewer to look at. So no, I don't think that I can give you like a perfect answer for like, this is exactly the formula on how to put detail into things. But there are a bunch of variables that you're considering. The biggest one being the focal point, where you want to lead the eye. Another one being the style choice. Another factor being the scale of what you're working on. Like if you don't put a lot of detail into something and you just have, you can make it look like it's a large object, but like you're gonna have to have some detail somewhere. You're gonna have to have something small to reference the scale of the big thing versus the small thing, right? So like some of it's like depends on the subject matter, and you know, and the same thing being with large objects. If you put too many details into it, and it's like, and you can see every little detail, and the scale of those details don't quite work with the size of the object that you're going for, then you're kind of better off with less in that case. And part of that too is like how far away is something, or you know, in focus, out of focus, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that answer is like almost too basic, you know, for what you're asking, but I think that the real answer is that it's a little bit subjective, and you have to take all of those things into account and then make decisions on it. For me, certainly, over detailing kills it for me. It just makes it too stiff. I like that looseness. Other people can really handle it and really thrive on having a lot of detail. I think in my drawing, if I'm working with a mechanical pencil, I like to put more details in, just because it's so fine, and like that's kind of that's the value, like that's the allure of that medium, is that like you can see all these little lines and details and stuff, and it's fun to look at. But if I'm working in like I don't know, like charcoal, or I haven't worked in charcoal in a long time, so that's a bad example. But another example would be like Copic markers. Yeah, I don't put a ton of detail into it. I kind of do it like sparingly. I try to get the big forms and the shadow shapes, and then like bring in a few details. But I feel like if I overdo it on the line work, then it kills it in that medium. Whereas like I said, mechanical pencil, like it just kind of shines, you know. So that, again, that's like a choice based on the medium that I'm working with. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. I'm going to make a overlay layer, and I'm going to switch my brush here. I've been working with this flathead that I've like squished down. This is actually not a brush that I normally like. I use this brush all the time, but never the way that I've been using it right now. But I like all the little like cheap free texture that I get doing that, so it's kind of fun to play with it that way. So I'm going to go to just like the standard round, soft round, if I can find it. There it is. And now I'm going to go below middle gray and slightly above middle gray. I've set this to overlay. I'm going to name it that. Overlay. There we go. We named a layer tonight. All right, and then I'm going to use this to start pushing some of these values higher and lower. Don't know if this is the best way, but I don't feel like we have time to go through and handle all of these with individual brush strokes. So I kind of want to get this blocked in, get the value hierarchy blocked in here. Now I think, generally speaking, the painting is about this structure in the background and this interaction on the, these boaters are, they gotta kind of work around each other. Maybe we pile up the boats with something to make it look like there's, commerce going on or something. Really the idea here, and granted it's not super developed idea, but like the feeling that I'm going for is that this is a mature city, and this is a kind of a wealthy city-state or something, and so I want to show that. Tell that story through the architecture and the interactions of the people. And of course, if it's wealthy and there's a lot of activity, I need to have more people, maybe add some little walkways and stuff, kind of increase the amount of traffic that we'd be seeing here. Okay, I'm going to switch over. Oh man, I pressed D on accident, which reset my colors. So I'm going to adjust those real quick. Get those back to where I wanted them. Something like that. Okay. So I was going to switch to the brighter color and then start playing with that, bringing up some of these values. You get a little bit of a bloom when you do it this way with overlay. So if I wanted like this right here, this is the really bright area, it's the sun's really hitting this really hard here. I had increased this value, so I want to decrease the contrast here. So I want to bring up the darks, bring up the shadows a little bit, and then bring down the light. Just in that area. Let's see, do I want to decrease this value? Maybe have this grade as it comes down by the shoreline. That might be kind of cool. Darken that up there. Increase this contrast just a little bit to push this guy forward. It's like this little arch thing right there, and then everything back behind it. We'll increase the value a little bit. Alright, let's bring the value up here. And I don't know if we want the bloom effect up there in the sky. Let me kind of back up. I don't know. If we want that, I guess we can kind of come back and play with that. It's not something we have to burn into early on. Let's see, bring this value down. Just looking at the chat there. Glad you're enjoying it. Bring this value up here. I'm going to zoom out. I need to kind of get my bearings on this a little bit. Yeah, I think, let me see. I want to bring up, I tend to enjoy having this kind of like gradient in the sky where it's a little bit lighter towards the horizon. But I also have my light value set up here, so it kind of grades from left to right. So I might bring this back down. I'll go to my smudge tool and I'll move all this in. Tighten that all up. So another thing that I would consider, you can use this overlay trick, but another thing that can be done with that in that vein is just to do like a darker or lighter color layer to lower contrast. So we'll do that in just a second. I'm gonna go back to my smudge brush, and I'm just gonna work this in, because when you get the bloom effect, that's kind of interesting, but when you have the shadow color that bleeds off into objects behind it, that never really works so well. It kills the illusion of space, and the reason for that would be, this is Eric's armchair physics of light class, is that if you have particles in the air that are refracting light, they're not going to refract shadows. They're just bouncing light. So the light will catch in that and bounce around. But if you're trying to darken something up, that's not going to. The effect wouldn't be right as far as having this kind of atmospheric darkness, unless it's like a smoke, or a cloud or something. Okay, but I'm using the smudge brush here to just tighten up some of these edges, because I did all that stuff with a soft brush. Okay, so let me see. I want tighten this up maybe. And all right, let's do that light and darken trick. So we'll go. Let me zoom out and get a feel for what I want to do first. Okay. So we can do darker color, for example. Go to darker color. And then we pick down here, and then we can work our way up here. So that way we're working that contrast there. We're lowering it, but we're not affecting the shadow portion. So same thing here if we want to lower this contrast. Maybe we go a little bit brighter with that. I think we've gone too far. I'm just going to erase this out. We should give it some texture rather than just doing undo, So the nice thing with using this this approach is that then you can be selective about what you want to change. Are you changing the shadow color or the light color? Or value, rather, in this case. So let's see, we'll do a new one. We'll do lighter color, and that is, if we want to increase some of these shadows, say like this right here, maybe that's too dark. We don't want it that dark. You want to keep that doorway, but you don't want it to be. You don't want it to be like a focal point. The other thing too is like if you're thinking about bounced light within the shadow, so like if I want light to bounce up here, and I want to maintain that it's in the shadow shape, then you can do this lighter color and just go in your shadows there. Let's see. Now I am definitely taking this a little bit far. I think I don't need to be, more or less just repainting some of this stuff, but Like back here, if I wanted to push all those shadows farther back into the background, you know, let me go a little bit darker than that. And it just kind of homogenizes all those, but then it doesn't kill our light. Let's go a little bit less aggressive. I don't know, maybe I did like that. So lowering all that contrast back there, which is going to push this forward. Same thing here, you know, I've got these dark, like shrub things, but like they don't have to be that dark. You know, so I can lower their contrast as they go back in space. See, and then our layer below, of course, was darker color, so we can pick this. Of course, darker color is going to work on your light values. So like if this area right here, you know, it's almost white. If we didn't like that, we wanted that to be just a little more subtle, you know, we can use that darker color to adjust that. It's probably too much, but let's see, do we want it darker on the front side so that this looks like a wedge of light there? Yeah, like this. Let me zoom out and have a look at that, because that would be would be neat if we pull it off, but because then it kind of looks like there's maybe like a cloud up here or something, you know. There's another way to do that as well. That would be if you do like a blend if. Well, we'll do it. It usually crashes when I do it, working at this size. So maybe I won't, but that is another way to address that. Yeah, I think because the sky color is so close, that might actually be the better way to do it, but let's just do this. We'll just make a selection, because I'm feeling lazy. Alright, so we've done that. I'm going to erase some of that out so we get some detail on there. I think this needs to get brightened up, or it needs to be, so I think this either needs to be like, actually do this below the overlay layer. So I think this needs to be either in line with this other one, like this line here needs to continue through here, or we could add all this like, you know, grime and age to it, you know, to make it feel, you know, more attached to the water below it. Attached. What's this guy talking about? You know, there's some kind of, it's got to have some kind of relationship to the water. Let's do that. Let's get like a texture brush and just make a mess. Let me zoom in. Actually, it would be horizontal, wouldn't it? Because they're rising. Rising and lowering of the tide. Or do you call it a tide when it's a river? What do you call that? When it's the water level. There we go. Then I'm going to use my smudge brush here. Just good to kind of cut things up. That was our layer below. I'm going to smudge that a little bit. Rough that up. Okay, that's getting a little too, well, because it's below that overlay, that might be, yeah, I'll just move it above it. Goodness me, golly gee, mister. Alright, so let's move this down. We don't want to go quite to black. We don't want to, well, not quite to white. And then I guess we could just adjust this levels, decide where we want all that contrast, you know, just kind of use our gradient tool here to push the background farther back. These little like fern type things don't need to be so prominent. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted to just jump in here, you know, grab the paintbrush and I guess I gotta go back to that tool and start adjusting some of these things here. You know, there's a lot of contrast going on here that I think could be reined in. I talked about putting people in the scene. That's another thing. should do that. Don't know if this guy really needs a mohawk or not. I'll do it for the little man. He'll appreciate it. Of course, you know, I'm kind of depicting him with these robes, and I don't like that too much because, and if I were fishing, I probably, or you know, operating a boat, I would not want to have heavy robes all over me. That just sounds like a bad time. Alright, bring this value in here. Reestablish this reflection. You know, I just kind of smooth a lot of that out. I don't know why that ended up getting so dark right there, but it did. Let's redo those waves. Let's see, there's this reflection is of that building, and then we need to bring in some reflection here. Soften this up a little bit, and then I gotta clean that reflection up. In fact, it's probably time to just make these people actually not necessarily detailed, but work out their gesture and how they're, you know, how they're interacting with their little vessel. To be a palm tree too much. Actually, I have an idea for that, but we'll do these people first. think we said we wanted like some merchant type thing going on, so I'm gonna load up the back of the boat here. Maybe have some things in the middle. I don't know. And then I think we just need to kind of blend all that in there. Use a little bit of that dark, just to get the deepest kind of pits in there, but like I don't think we need to I don't think that we need to define all of those shapes. Should we maybe make this all thinner, so it's not this massive thing, but maybe a little more decorative in some way? You always have to have a rope hanging off of things. I suppose I could turn some of these into like baskets, so they're not all just like these bag shapes, but then there's actually like some, again, more of that idea that we're explaining a culture and a time period, or imagined, of course, but we're explaining more about what's going on when we have more of these, I guess you'd call them technological cues, like what did they have access to, or how were things developed, so you have these different types of vessels, whether those are jars or woven baskets or bags or whatever. I think that we tend to like oversimplify things because, I don't know, in a way it's like it's easier for us to think of past generations as like cavemen or whatever, but nope, they actually had fairly advanced ways of doing things. Okay. I wonder if I should probably just scale that whole thing down, because originally when I had this, this was like, all that was supposed to be like farther away, but I think that now it looks like they're in a tiny town, so we'll grab this. And we'll see what a little bit of scaling will do for us. We got that one. And as well do this guy while we're at it. Alright, but I'm going to have to wrap this up because this has been pretty long. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab everything, do Control A, Control Shift C, Control V. I think you could do all that with just Control Shift E or something like that, but that's basically condenses everything down to one layer. Alright, so now I'm going to Control click on my selection for the small boat. We'll do Shift F5, Content Aware Fill, and depending on how this goes, we can also just do the smudge brush and bring a lot of that in there. Alright, so let's go expand. We'll go by 15 pixels, so we just expanded that just a little bit. And I've got my smudge brush. And I'm just going to smudge some of this in. Because I can. It's probably going to mostly get covered up anyway, but still doing it. Alright, so we'll do Control D, close, whoops. Did Control F on accident. Control D to deselect that layer, and then goodness, what was I doing? Right, so then there's the boat. What? Oh, interesting. Alright, so now I'm going to select just this layer, and well, I guess we can do the, where's that magnetic edge? No, you know what, I don't want to deal with that, never mind. We'll do the magic wand. So we've got that layer, and then we just want to like deselect some of this outside stuff. Want contiguous on. Whoops daisy. Alright, and then some of this I'm just going to refine manually because I want this, which I'm losing, and this, and this, and then this character here. That's probably good. Pretty close. Close enough. Alright, so there's what we're going to keep. So, Control C, Control V. Right now, we decide. I have to do some adjustment to it, but make it tiny. Let's see. Adjust the shape a little bit. I don't know. I'll deal with that later, I think. Alright, so then this guy, we could do the same, similar thing. Shift F5, it's content aware fill. Fills it in. See, this is where our perspective issues come back. Because then we've got to fix all this stuff. Wonderful. Chai. My favorite. Alright, so let's see. Maybe we control, skew that over a little bit. This one, we'll do a new layer, pin it, create a clipping mask there, and I just want to adjust the contrast on this guy, push that back a little bit. Zoom out. Alright, there's a lot more that could be done. I think that I should probably wrap this session up, and I'll have to finish this one another time. Though, I'm always obligated to do a color balance at the end. We'll do curves and color balance. Let's see if we can just squeeze a little more out of it. We'll do color balance. I'm going to read the chat real quick. Tropical climate or humid, which alters the light. It looks cool. It's true. That is actually something, you know, adding atmosphere is, I think it's great, but like there are some cases where it's like you're just not really allowed to, you know, if it's like a desert scene or like a clear day, you know, then it's then adding the atmosphere completely changes the mood. It's like, well, it makes it look foggy, and it wasn't, you know, it's not supposed to be foggy in the scene. But when you can get away with it, adding that, you know, a fog or bloom or whatever, something that implies that there's moisture in the air, it's always a kind of pleasant, if the context of the subject allows it. Yeah, the second boat might be making it a bit noisy, especially with it interrupting those reflections. Could be a bit better, smaller. Which way? No, it's good either way. You ever mess with that color match feature? I did try that color match, and I thought it worked pretty well, but I haven't incorporated it into my workflow because, well, I haven't. But I should practice with it, or you know, try it out and see if I can get more, get some mileage out of it. And yeah, I think the second boat might be a little noisy. I was thinking about pushing it back into the background, you know, like having it docked. You know, it's like we took this. There we go. We'll duplicate it, merge, and just like, I don't know, put it up here or something. Or down here by the steps. And then we would have to adjust it, you know, so that it's much less significant, you know, in the scene. I don't know. So let's see. Last comment on here is, thank you so much for this stream. Real Bob Ross vibes. Very zen. Do you stream roughly the same time every week? Yeah, I stream 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. Though it's a soft start time because I have many children and I have to get them all to bed. I have 4 kids under 9 years old and under, so 9 o'clock is like, hopefully they're all in bed and I can get started, but some nights it doesn't always work out. So but pretty consistently I start, you know, by like 9:10, 9:15, and yeah, every week on Wednesdays. And I've been doing this for about 1.5 years, so I can pretty reliably, you know, count on doing this. I've only missed, I think, 2 in that whole time. But yeah, and the premise really is like, I don't really have too much of a plan coming into it. I want to paint just for the sake of like doing what is interesting to me at the time, because I think there's plenty of space for painting based on a subject matter that you want to learn, or like a tutorial. There's a lot of you know, kind of expectation toward you know, like we all kind of paint together, paint the same thing. There are all kinds of streams and stuff that do that, and that's good, and they're good, you know, it's good that there's a place for that. But what I wanted to do was have something where there wasn't any pressure on, you know, you got to learn this specific thing, or you know, we're all going to do this one theme or this one image, and you know, with that kind of comes like there's a little bit of competition. I think there's competition's fine and everything, but what I wanted was just a no pressure, show up, paint the thing that you feel like painting in the moment. So I really don't even know what I'm going to paint until I hit the go live button, and then that's when I think, okay, what do I feel like doing? Which I can understand is not like the most reliable for an audience, you know, like it's going to be different every time. Sometimes it's sci-fi, sometimes it's this kind of stuff. Sometimes I'm just painting a like an artifact or a scene or something, or jets or aircraft carriers or sunsets or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it's totally different, and so I get that can be kind of hard to follow, but I want to maintain that freshness and that kind of painting for painting's sake, because the learning and the pushing yourself to go farther and all that stuff, I think that's great when it's like maybe done in a regimented way, but I think there's a different time that that can happen, or that I'll do that, you know. So anyway, yeah, each week Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm just going to do a quick, I say quick, it never quite ends up being that quick, color balance on this. And then we'll call it so I am thinking I want this kind of pale off-white for the structures, a little bit of green, you know, for the grass and stuff, and kind of a warm cast on it as well. Let's see, do I want this? There, that's better. And you can kind of build it up from here. You know, this is maybe not ideal, but like I will do this sometimes, where I'll just start stacking adjustment layers to push, you know, just like I said, like, okay, if I want it a little bit maybe warmer in the brights, you know, bring up that red a little bit. And if you're peeking out at white, then you need to just bring the other values down and leave that red up there. Okay. But you can start to adjust these, you know, channel by channel. How much red, green, or blue is coming through in the lights and darks. And yeah, the more you stack these, the more, you know, you're introducing color onto a black and white image. And you know, at some point you just need to go in and like zone it out, like either do a multiply. I don't like to use the color blend mode. It just doesn't really quite do it for me. But yeah, if we come in with multiply and, you know, do these zones. Let's see, maybe do yellow green, you know, for the grass area. And these guys as well. red or something for the termination point on the shadows here. Right on that edge, you know. Make it nice and juicy. You know, the boats I wanted to have a little more color, you know, reds and like kind of like expressive, you know, like if they wanted to, you know, deck out their, you know, like it's their vehicle, you know, it's like their like classic car kind of thing, you know. These I was even thinking would be like painted and decorated, you know. Right, what did I say for the boats? Like this, like blues. This came through a little dark, so we'll probably adjust. I have to make some adjustments to that, but maybe have these nice, you know, bright colors on the robes and stuff. Maybe little accents on the boat. Echo some of those accents on that other boat in the background there. That just turned red, white, and blue. This is America. Now we need to put some gold in there, I think. Paint. That'd be funny if these were painted like caution, you know. Warning. You are stepping on an uneven dock. But yeah, you know, we could add some paint on these, right? Like. Maybe echo some of that back here. I don't know, maybe this guy. Maybe do like caps of the buildings or something like that. Let's echo this motif on this here. And then maybe do different color to highlight this building as being special. You can't overdo it though, so we're gonna chill out right there. I think that'll work. You know, so this obviously, I think we would work out a lot of that green and stuff. You know, kind of. I suppose you could counterbalance it with like a pink, but anyway, I would just work it out here. Make that probably that layer. Start masking it out. So that's not. Not so powerful there. But anyway, that actually, I think I would come back. You know, if this were, well, I think I probably will finish this. I kind of like this. You know, but if and when I come back to this, I would just paint over this. You know, like there isn't a ton of information there. There's some. You get the implication of form and stuff, but you know, you could come back and paint whatever you want there. You know, I would bring up these values a little bit. You know, go for like a maybe muted. That's way too bright. You know, something like this. All right, I think that's gonna do it for me for tonight. I kind of like where that's going. See, I like the kind of overcastness of it. Obviously, this boat in the foreground needs a lot of attention. You know, just to bring it into the same kind of rendering level. Same with the boat in the background, but yeah, I think I'll leave it here. So let me just read the chat real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. So splash of color, and it looks good more live. Get that mossy, old colored World War II photo look to it. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a sepia tone to it, I guess. Well, yeah. All right. I think that's going to do it for tonight. So, as always, hope you are working on your own projects, and would encourage you to do so each week. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give you any warning on what I'll be painting, because I don't even know what I'll be painting. But I would encourage you to do the same thing. Just be ready with either traditional or digital media, and spend this, what's it been? Almost 4 hours, right? So imagine, what can you get done in 4 hours? You can get a lot done. So if you're participating in drawing and painting and not just watching, then you'll make some great work, I'm sure. And I'd also be interested in seeing, if that's what you're doing. I'd like to see what people come up with. But all right, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you for joining in, and have a good night.